Testing, testing, testing.
I don't know. I guess, I don't know. I don't know either. needs to be more like up on my, can you raise it? Yeah, that's good, probably. I don't know, can you hear the guitar? You who are on the road must have a code that you can live by, and so become yourself, 'cause the past is just a goodbye. Don't you ever ask them why, if they told you you would cry, so just look at them and sigh. Know they love you. Can you hear it? Huh? Can you bring it up, the volume up? Where are the speakers? Oh, these are the speakers here. Huh? You who are on the road must have a code that you can live by, and so become yourself, because the past is just a goodbye. Teach your parents well, your children well, their father's hell will slowly go by, and feed them on your dreams, the ones they pick, the ones you'll know by. Don't you ever ask them why, if they told you you would cry, so just look at them and sigh. Know they love you. You of tender years can't know the fears that your children grew by, and so please help them with your youth. They seek the truth before they can die. Teach your parents well, their children tell, but slowly go by, and on your dreams, the ones they pick, the ones you'll know by. Don't you ever ask them why, if they told you you would cry, so just look at them and sigh. Know they love you. Can you hear it okay? Yeah, okay, good.
you need. Do we have, at least right there.
It's a beautiful place to be at. Have a nice little dad too. Yeah. He's getting through it. Mine is 10 years old. So I'm starting. Huh? Yeah. Good. Chance of me to get my whistle wet.
We have water.
Yeah, they're probably good to have one up here. Good, thanks. What time is it?
3:47. It only goes a minute every time I look. I don't know, my phone must be broken.
So, congratulations on the order, Grandpa.
Yeah.
Mike lives here and Jess lives in California.
Right.
Did he drive here?
No,
Because I saw a car out there with California plates on it.
it's probably his rental. They flew into Buffalo.
Oh,
They took the rent.
Before you're ready to play, I'm gonna run up and turn speakers off.
okay. Yep.
And they came in and red Thursday night. And they're heading back out on Sunday. Jesse came for a week 2 weeks ago.
Oh, okay. Okay.
When we lived this way.
Right, yeah. Yep.
As it turned out,
Jesse. Oh, Dan. Oh, yeah. Okay, he came to see Pop. Yeah. Yeah, we were able to park right down the street. So happened to get someplace early. See? There's one over there.
yeah.
Is that Mike Hoy? Mike's girlfriend. That's all.
Still, or
How long were they married? Really?
just separate.
A year ago? 4 years ago? Oh, 4 years ago. Yeah. I won't say. You belong among the wildflowers. You belong in a boat out at sea. Sail away, kill off the hours. You belong somewhere you feel free. Run away, go find a lover. Go away somewhere all bright and new. I have seen no other who compares to you. You belong among the wildflowers. You belong on a boat out at sea. You belong with your love on your arm. You belong somewhere you feel free. Run away, go find a lover. Run away, let your heart be your guide. You deserve the deepest of covers. You belong in that home by and by. You belong among the wildflowers. You belong somewhere close to me, far away from your troubles and worries. You belong somewhere you feel free.
Thank you so much, T-Bone. Thank you so much. That's beautiful music. Can everyone hear me okay? Wow, look at this turnout. Who is watching The Ward? I'm worried. For those of you who don't know me, I am Erin. I am Jesse's wife. I'm Jay's daughter-in-law. And today we gather to remember and celebrate Jay Ross, one of the most generous, warm, curious, and open-hearted people I've known. Those qualities are remarkable to find in any friend or family member. To find them in one's mother-in-law has felt almost unreasonably lucky. I felt like I was kind of getting away with something. These past few weeks have been so hard. We've experienced shock, immense grief, the pain and dislocation of the unexpected loss of someone so special to all of us. Many here have been through profound hardships in confronting the difficult circumstances that brought us all to this moment. For those who have endured the most, we see you, we love you, and we are here for you. Today, though, is about Jay. Though our hearts are tender, we gather to remember her brightness, her uniqueness, and her remarkable life with love, with humor, and with gratitude. So on behalf of Dan Ross, Jay's husband of over 58 years, and our whole family, we welcome you. And now, in the spirit of openness and community that Jay cultivated in herself and emanated to all of us, would you please stand? And please greet the people around you. Introduce yourselves, give a handshake, give a hug. There will be a social hour also. We have catering. We'll be chatty as can be. Thank you all. Please be seated. Thank you. If anyone is needing a seat, there's plenty of seats closer to the front. We're all family here, so please join us in these seats. If you need them, fill in as close as you can. Please come and fill in the seats towards the front. You're welcome up front. There will be time to share memories and reflections on Jay when we have a passed microphone portion of the ceremony. So let's all cue up our favorite Jay stories. We all have them. And yes, thank you all so much for being here. And now we welcome Carlene Milenius.
Let us pray. Spirit of life and God of many names, we have gathered together today, each with our own personal grief in the sudden, unexpected loss of Jay Ross, in the loss of a wife, a mother-in-law, of a grandmother and a great-grandmother, of a sister-in-law and an aunt, in the loss of a dear friend, a neighbor, a colleague, a treasured acquaintance. We had no opportunity to say goodbye or to share a last hug. Yet each of us have memories that we pray will sustain us through our grief. Memories of love, memories of laughter and of tears, memories of good times and difficult times, memories of lighthearted times and of serious times, memories of shared experiences, memories of an amazing, warm, and caring woman who supported, encouraged, and listened. Memories of an active woman, generous with her time, involved and committed to the 19th Ward community where she lived with her family for over 50 years. We pray that our thoughts of grief and loss today will in time soften into comforting memories of our lives shared with Jay. Let us speak of her often. And we pray that the sudden, tragic, unimaginable loss of Jay will keep us mindful of the fragility of life. May her loss remind us to hold all of our relationships close to our hearts and tend to them every day in the best way that we can. Amen.
I performed this song at my father's memorial service, 1989, and I'd like to reproduce that, how I did it back then. So what I did was, first I played it on the guitar, and then sing the only verse that I know, first verse, which all of you know, and I encourage you to sing along. And then I'd like to all of us hum it through one time, and then we'll try it on the guitar again. So. If I can stop shaking, we'll be good. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found. Was blind, but now I see. It's the humming part. Good job.
Thank you for joining us on this beautiful spring day. Would have made my mom happy to see so many friends together. I am Eric Odell, son of Jay and Dan, and grandson of Odell Winston Lash, Jay's father, who was a really wonderful person. Jay loved her 11 grandchildren so much, and she was so proud of them all. I'd like to take a minute to introduce you all to them. If you guys could please stand for a minute, all of you. The first grandchild, my daughter, Jana Jocelyn, could only be here in spirit today, but I'm happy to share that a few days ago, a new Ross family member, Elias Odell Mendoza Ross, arrived to begin to fill the giant hole in our hearts. The other 10 grandkids are all here today. My son, Graydon Renault, Michael Renault's children, Owen Renault, Julia Mackay, Marta Marison, and Chad Winston. Catherine Jocelyn's are Ellis Jocelyn, Theo Odell, and Sam Longboat. And Jesse Cleveland's are Odell Andrew, and Dante McCulley. 4 great-grandkids, Matthew Omar, Matthias Scott, Adela Jocelyn, and Elias Odell. You can hear in our names the importance of family that Jay deeply instilled in us, and you can see in their faces the legacy of love and acceptance that Jay leaves behind. You guys can sit. Thank you. Uta Carson is a good friend and favorite writer of my mom's. She can't be here today, but I felt her words were important. I'd like to read to you her poem, No Whimpering. It has helped me through some of my darkest moments, and I think really embodies Jay's spirit. When clouds darken after a life of sunshine, I have no right to whimper. Still, tears well up, remembering losses, regretting missed opportunities, mourning mistakes, and sensing sadness at the rush of time. Gratitude is the antidote to affliction. Even recalling the smallest delight can ease distress. A grateful disposition puts things in perspective, gathering fond memories from the past. If you would like to honor my mother's memory today, she and I would ask that you walk outside and fall in love with the world again. Because her most powerful lessons remind me every day that there is good and love and great beauty everywhere if we just take the time to see it.
Thank you, everyone. It means a lot to see all of you. I'm going to be reading from a poet who always made me think of Jay, and that's Gary Snyder. This is for the children. The rising hills, the slopes of statistics lie before us, the steep climb of everything, going up, up as we all go down. In the next century, or the one beyond that, they say, are valleys, pastures. We can meet there in peace if we make it. To climb these coming crests, one word to you and your children. Stay together, learn the flowers, go light. My brother Michael will come up next.
Hi, everybody. There were two things that were really important to my mother. I'm Michael. I'm Jay's eldest son. One of those things was community, and I look around this room and I see people that I've known my entire life, and it's really wonderful to see you all here. Thank you so much for coming. The other thing that was incredibly important to her was the natural world. My mom loved being outdoors. She loved the mountains, the forests, streams, meadows. That was where she was happiest. I'm going to read to you a children's book, which is a little bit of an odd choice for a service. But it was a book that she read to us when we were children, and it has a strong message about the cycle of life and rebirth. I love this book, and so I'm going to read some of The Dead Tree to you. It stood tall in the forest. For 100 years or more, the oak tree had grown and spread its shade. Birds nested in its shelter. Squirrels made their homes in ragged bundles of sticks and leaves held high in the branches. And in the fall, they garnered their winter food from the rich rain of acorns that fell from the tree. Tucked under its gnarled roots, small creatures found safety from the fox and the owl. Slowly, slowly over the years, the forest soil increased as the brown, leathery leaves, shaken down by the autumn winds, moldered under the snow. But even as the tree grew, life gnawed at its heart. Carpenter ants tunneled through the strength of the oak. Termites ate out passageways in wondrous patterns. A broken limb let the dusty spores of fungus enter the heartwood of the tree, and a rot spread inside the healthy bark. Year by year, the tree grew weaker as its enemies worked. Each spring, fewer and fewer leaves unfolded, and its great reaching branches turned gray. Woodpeckers peppered the limbs with holes, looking for grubs and beetles that had tunneled into the wood, and then they dug bigger holes to hold their babies. In the winter storms, one by one, the great branches broke and crashed to the floor of the forest until there remained only the proud trunk, holding up its broken arms to the sky. Now it was the autumn weather, and it was long and lazy, yellow, gray, and misty morning middays filled with false summer warmth and nights pierced with frost. And then one day came a hurricane and slashing rain, and as the fierce wind shrieked through the forest, the tree split off and crashed to the ground. There it lay shattered with only a jagged stump to mark where it had stood for so long. The cruel days of winter followed. A family of deer mice settled into a hole that had once held an arching branch. A rabbit found protection from the biting wind in the center of the trunk. In the spring, the young sun warmed the forest floor, and acorns sprouted to replace the fallen giant. Now new life took over. Old woodpecker holes made snug homes for chipmunks. The hollow center of the trunk sheltered a family of raccoons. On the underside, where the trunk lay half buried, in the damp and musty leaf loam, the mosses stitched a green carpet softer than the softest wool. Fragile ferns clustered in its shadow, and mushroom popped up out of the decaying mold. A skunk came waddling by with her string of babies, sniffing at the wood. Secretive forest birds scratched and picked, pulling the tree apart bit by bit. And in this way, as new trees grew in strength from acorns that had fallen long ago, the great oak returned to the earth. On the ground, there remained only a brown ghost of richer soil where the proud tree had come to rest. Catherine.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me? Thank you for being here today to remember and celebrate the life of Jay Ross. To those of you joining online, thank you as well. Our family is so appreciative to all of you for your love and support over the last month. For those of you that don't know me, I'm Jay's daughter, Catherine. In 1945, Judy K. Lash was born in Missoula, Montana, and was lucky enough to have Janice and Odell Lash as her parents. Jay spent her time hiking and fishing with her father, reading with her mother, and lost in her imagination. Some of her core qualities came from her parents: an incredible work ethic, her deep kindness, and her love for nature. Jay left Montana for the first time in high school to travel to Washington, D.C. as a National Merit Scholar. She then went to Walla Walla, Washington to attend Whitman College. At Whitman, Jay met my dad, Dan, and the two fell quickly and deeply in love. They had the absolute best adventures together. They drove a VW Bug across Death Valley. I think it was held together with stickers, but you'll have to ask Dan for the whole story. They lived in an apartment that rattled every time a train went by while at the University of Chicago. They fell afoul of a police riot at the 1968 Democratic Convention. They almost got to see Elvis in Florida. They had the tickets, but Mike decided to be born. They briefly lived in Florida, which is where Michael and Eric were born, but Jay couldn't stand the climate or the alligators. So they settled here in Rochester in the 19th Ward, and Jay found a new home. She missed her parents, but built an incredible community for herself and her children. Jay had her hands in a dinner co-op, the 19th Ward Real Estate Committee, the Nursery School Co-op, the Arnett YMCA, the 19th Ward Community Association, School 16, Square Fair, working at the Creator's Hands, cultivating the native plant library at the Arnett Branch Library. And I'm pretty sure that there was more that I don't even know about, so I apologize if I left something out. Jessie and I were born in Rochester, and so many of her closest friends, all of you, were made here. Jay was always an artist. She studied ceramics in Chicago and had a studio in her basement. She made jewelry at the dining room table. She loved visiting art museums around the world and had a particular fondness for folk and women's art. She was an avid photographer who brightened many people's days with her travel photographs and her floral photography during COVID lockdowns. She had an artist's eye and a knack for finding beauty in sweeping vistas, street art, and everything in between. Our mom also had a deep love and respect for nature. Her heart always had a special fondness for Montana, but she fell in love with the green and the rolling hills and all of the water in New York. When I was a teenager, she went back to school to study wetlands management so that she could have her dream job of walking in a swamp every day. She loved working for the DEC and exploring the shorelines of the Finger Lakes. As kids, we spent vacations hiking, camping, canoeing. Sometimes this would be at an absolutely glacial pace, so we could examine every wildflower or bird or bug she wanted us to notice. We explored our backyard and parks near and far. She would load us all into the car, hitch up the trailer that always got flat tires, and drive cross country so that we could see our family, but also so that we could all fall in love with the West. Sometimes she would joke that mountains were our church. Later, Jay and Dan volunteered on Sierra Club work trips and annual bird count expeditions. The way that Jay loved her family was profound and inspirational. She really never stopped being fascinated how each of her children and grandchildren and great-grandchildren could be so unique and wonderful. She delighted in cultivating special relationships with each one of us and always accepted us just as we were. She was never fazed by crazy hair or half-baked adventures, as long as we were happy and true to ourselves. She always made time for family and met us right where we were, whether it was on the floor with a new baby or at a high school sporting event. Sometimes she felt a little baffled by how large her family had grown. But some of her favorite times were having us together on Eagle Island or packed into their house for holidays or with extended family across the country for reunions. And she loved Dan very deeply for their 58 years of marriage. They traveled to over 30 countries together on 6 continents and never stopped having those adventures. I think they drove each other crazy from time to time, but their love was very special and enduring. In talking to many of you over the last month, I realized how difficult it would be to eulogize a life like hers. As my brother Jesse said, everyone is unique, but my mother Jay more than most. Some things I kept hearing over and over, that she was open and warm and greeted anyone and everyone with genuine curiosity. She was often filled with a childlike wonder that could be really embarrassing as a kid, but was really beautiful. She was a wonderful teacher to her children and her friends. She was quirky and eccentric and thoroughly unafraid to be herself. and she was so generous in spirit. When she learned something about you, she always remembered and always cared. When someone loves you that generously, they're in every bit of your life. Her notes are tucked in our drawers. Her art is in our houses. Her love for nature is all around on a beautiful day like today. I see her in manhole covers and Coke bottles, farmers markets, gardens, sunrises, rivers, mountains. Last night in Buffalo, we saw Northern Lights, which I've only seen once before in my life, on the time that my mom and I took a train across Canada in the middle of January and sat in the dark together on the train and watched it. It was a beautiful thing to see last night. But I look around my house, my garden, my family, this neighborhood, and she's everywhere, except here with us. My mom never wanted to be defined by her health challenges, but she did have more than her fair share to deal with in her lifetime. She was incredibly strong and refused to be limited and was filled with life. I'm very hesitant to try to find meaning in all of this, but maybe we can be reminded what we already know, that life is a precious gift and too short. She certainly understood that and made the most of hers. When I was in high school, she was pretty sick once, and Mike called and told me I had to come to the hospital. I really didn't want to go, and I think I said barely 2 words when I was there. I didn't know how to say the right things back then, and I spent a lot of time since then thinking about what I would say when it was time. We didn't get to say goodbye. I know she felt how deeply she was loved, but that's been excruciating. So here's what I wanted to tell her in hopes that she would rest easy. I love you, Mom. So many people love you. You went so far, and you did so much good. We'll miss you every day, but we'll take care of each other. We'll always have your love right at our core and all around us. We'll be okay. Thank you.
I guess this is one of Mom's favorites. Whoops. You who are on the road must have a code that you can live by, and so become yourself, because the past is just a goodbye. Teach your parents well. No, that's children. Teach your children well. Their father's hell will slowly go by, and feed them on your dreams, the ones they pick the ones you'll know by. Don't you ever ask them why, if they told you you would cry. So just look at them and sigh. Know they love you. And you of tender years can't know the fears that your elders grew by, and so please help them with your youth. They seek the truth before they can die. Teach your parents well, their father's hell will slowly go by, and feed them on your dreams, the ones they pick, the ones you'll know by. Don't you ever ask them why, if they told you you would cry. So just look at them and sigh. Know they love you.
And now we would like to invite all of you to think of and share memories and reflections that you have of Jay. As I said, as everyone has said, such a unique person. Go ahead. I'll get it. We all have, ooh, this is a hot mic. We all have so many memories, and Jared and Devin are going to have the microphone, so is someone ready to share?
My name is Marilyn Lambert Fisher. Jay was my friend for more than 50 years. It's hard to articulate how much she meant to me. Here are a few of my heartfelt memories. She joined a consciousness-raising group I was in when she moved here in the early 1970s. One of our adventures was a backpacking trip in Pennsylvania. We climbed up a mountain that was totally in bloom with mountain laurels and just beautiful. And to our surprise, we found out it was Rattlesnake Roundup weekend. When the 19th Ward was redlined and Jay was on the Community Association Real Estate Committee, she found us our house, around the block from her house. Going to the Y with Jay, where she was a regular swimmer in 1978, I was out of breath after one length. I kept at it, and I'm still swimming 46 years later, thanks in part to Jay. As friends and as members of the babysitting co-op, we watched each other's kids and had fun doing things with them together. I learned so much from Jay about parenting. She was an excellent role model. We shared our deepest thoughts, trusting that they wouldn't go further. One of the cards that I sent to Jay, which seemed perfect for her, read in part, "When women are warriors, they still make dinner and try to explain the world to their daughters and their sons. When women are warriors, they go on being grandmothers, whispering warrior words and singing ancient songs about love and justice. When women are warriors, they plant gardens and walk the stone beaches, gathering driftwood and watching sails on the horizon. They brew tea for friends and gather in small groups. Jay was a good friend with a wonderful family. Along with deep grief, I have lovely memories and am thankful for how rich Jay made my life."
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm Diane, and I also was Jay's friend and neighbor for 50 years. And I was trying to think of, I have some stories, but I was trying to think of how to open this. And the first thing that came to my mind is, my God, she worried a lot. But I don't think it was actually worry. I reframed that to say she's one of the most concerned persons I ever met. And concern is quite different. Concern is when you see an issue that is real, and then you move to change it. So she was an omnivore of that kind of concern. Catherine was so helpful to hear that, everything about her all at once. It was the earth. She was concerned about the earth. She was concerned about society. So she immersed herself in action and voting and learning issues. She was a conserver of everything. She composted. She recycled. Nothing should be wasted ever, so she conserved everything. As a neighbor, I don't even know how Catherine could even explain some of the things she did. It was in her DNA. In the 19th Ward, if you lived here, you worked here, and you wanted to make it a better place, and you volunteered. And she just did it all the time. All I could think of is the movie from a couple years ago, Everything, Everywhere, All the Time. Was that the name of it? That was her. It was everything. One of the things that I've been trying to think about is how much of what she did endures. And just 6 weeks ago, something came on the TV, and it was the 14th annual 19th Ward Children's Spelling Bee. And that was something that Jay and Dan, I don't know if they started it, but they were involved in it from the start. I think it was maybe John Lang and Kathy King who started it, but Jay and Dan were volunteers for that for a long time, and it entailed loving kids that weren't yours and giving them a chance to do something where they had mastery, where you could work with them. There was a lot of time involved with lists of words and practice with the kids, and then an event and judging and prizes. And it was on the TV in March. And I looked at it and went, I think I see Dan and Jay there. Long, long time. So that's the kind of thing that goes on from her involvement and from Dan's. The other thing that is so, I think, admirable of Jay is, and you see it here today, what she did, and she grew a family. I mean, she not just grew flowers, she grew a family. And she did it intentionally. The time she spent, and Catherine said that too, she knew every single one of you 19 people as your own unique selves, what you did. She made time to go to all of your milestones and be with you in your spaces. Each of you owned a particular part of her heart, and we knew it. I don't know all you people, but I know about you a lot. All the good things, not the bad things, all the good things. She and Dan also modeled concern for others. It's very easy to think about yourself and the troubles you have, but they actively modeled giving time, treasure, to causes, to people, to organizations, especially for those that are less fortunate, that aren't very far away from us. So they did that well. They also, I love this, talk about teaching your children. They had their children, and I think their grandchildren, choose a charity that they were going to be giving something to every year. And that is really pointing outward, facing the world, and seeing what's out there. The final thing is traditions, and you can hear that too. To me, traditions are, this is going to get me, it's sort of structure for love. Structure for love. Activities that you take together that carry on, the memories. I was trying to think if they're all good, and they probably are all good, because we don't carry the bad things. But you carry them through, you make them with and for your children. And some of that was at Eagle Island. And Eric was talking about the grand treks across the country to Montana in the summer. I can't imagine taking 4 small children that long of a trip. All of it wasn't fun. And I'm trying to think of one other. Oh, this is my favorite thing. Traditions are not just things that happen, they're also things you make. And a couple years ago, Jay was telling us she was getting ready for Christmas, and she had to make the 12-layer Jell-O. And we wanted to know what the 12-layer Jell-O was. Now, Jell-O's not on our menus anymore. Lots of us used to make that, but we don't do it very often. And she explained this was a Christmas treat for her family. and it was 6 layers of Jell-O interspersed with Cool Whip and sour cream. It took 4 hours or 5 hours to make, because Jell-O, you just gotta, that's a mom. That's a mom, who cares about her kids and is trying to keep a piece of that life together. I sure hope one of you guys is gonna make that Jell-O. Aaron, is it you? Maybe not. Somebody's got to take that. And so Jay showed up. She showed up. She showed up for the planet. She showed up for the people around her in our neighborhood. She showed up for the city. She showed up for every kid she had or knew. And it was a life well lived, and I appreciated her. Thank you.
Thank you. Hey, Bob. How are you? Hold on. I'll come right back to you. Okay.
I'm Marta. I'm her grandkid. We all, every year, we all get excited about the Jell-O cake. It's the first thing I go for. And one year when she taught me how to make it, and it took hours. It's really simple though, and she taught me step by step. She was patient the entire time. I messed up a lot. It had cream cheese in it, or I don't know what it was, but I hate cream cheese. But it was. She helped. Sorry. She was really good at making. She created something so colorful, and every time I think of my grandma, I always think of organic, authentic things that are beautiful, and that's my favorite thing about her, is that she could make anything, and she knew everything. And so, yes, my favorite memory is when she taught me how to make the Jell-O. It took hours, but she helped me step by step. She made sure that I knew what time. She made sure I wrote everything down. She taught me her secrets. And she was the type of grandma that she knew everything, and you could go to her if you needed it. She was so smart. She was the type of person that could learn anything and did learn everything, and you could go to her with any problem you had. Since my dad, we lived close to them. We used to see them every Wednesday, and so they would come over, Dan, my grandma and grandpa, and I would sit there for so long. After school, I would tell them about my day, what kids were bothering me, if I had an annoying coworker, and it taught me a lot about appreciating those, because I went from coloring with her to telling her about passing my driver's license. And I remembered every time I wanted to sit there, and I only talked about myself, but it made me realize I knew who Grandma was. I didn't know a lot of the community stuff she was doing. I could tell that she was. I could tell that all this jewelry she was making. I went to a store one time and I realized that the jewelry were in there she made herself. Sorry, I can't. I'm done. It's just, I can't do anymore.
I'm Adrienne Keltz, and I was lucky to have had Jay as a kind and loving friend for many, many years. I will miss her and am grateful for the time we've had together. In thinking this week about Jay, I searched for a poem or an article or something that would help me to describe Jay and her friendship. These are a couple of items that I found. Many people will walk in and out of our lives, but only our true friends will leave footprints in our hearts. A friend is one who overlooks your broken fence and admires the flowers in your garden. And a friend is one of those rare people who ask how you are and wait to hear the answer. And finally, all of these are true of Jay, but finally, in the cookie of life, friends are the chocolate chips. And I believe Jay is definitely a chocolate chip. The end.
I'm Jim Wallenius, a neighbor and good friend of the Rosses for many years. I want to restart a story of a shared vacation at our place in northern Maine. Most people would think of northern Maine as being a place of pine trees, which it is, and cool and pleasant summers, which it often is. However, one August summer, our families were up there sharing a vacation, and the weather in Maine was quite different than usual. The weather in Maine was something like the Everglades, 90-some degrees temperature and high humidity. We had gathered blueberries that day, and Jay volunteered to make a blueberry pie. It is 90 degrees outside. Most of us were down in the lake doing the best we could. Jay had the fortitude to stay up in the cabin and cook that blueberry pie over a wood stove inside. Then her husband had the strength to head to, quote, the nearest town to get some ice for making homemade ice cream. By the way, the nearest town, a round trip to the town and back, which included some walking, is probably an hour and a half or 2 hours. But Dan came back, and we did make ice cream, and we had the most delicious blueberry pie I have ever had and probably ever will, but the memories are just phenomenal. Thank you all.
I just have to add that when you make a pie in the stove that we had, you had to turn it about every 5 minutes because the oven was very uneven. So the other thing she wrote on the recipe that she wrote out for us was, be sure to have a lake nearby for the cook.
I am Sam Longboat. I am her grandson, and I feel like I was super lucky to have her in my life. And probably my favorite memory is either when she came back from traveling to, like, somewhere, and she would bring back, like, a souvenir or currency for each of us, and it was always super special. And it always made me feel super happy.
I'm Ada Marie Prill. Jay and Dan lived across the street from us for the last 46 years. And one of my earliest memories of Jay was we were standing in her front yard chatting, just starting to get to know each other. And Jesse came running from the backyard, and he was all excited, and he said, "There's a bee in the backyard." And I stiffened up because I guess I thought she was going to say, "Oh, I'll go kill it," or "Stay here and you'll be safe," or something like that. But she said, "Oh, how exciting," said a quick goodbye to me, and the two of them ran into the backyard. That was Jay, and I knew from that moment I was going to love her.
Hi, my name is Heidi Wallenius. Sorry. Just one of many 19th Ward kids. Jay, she's like a bonus mom. I have too many individual memories to share. Sorry, I thought I could do this. She made you feel so welcome. And like her granddaughter said, you could tell her anything. And I am just so grateful what she taught me about life. How to be not just a friend, but how to be a mother and a neighbor. And I loved, she would take us down to her pottery studio and we would build little, I still have some of the lovely trinkets. I potted a swimming pool. Jay's kid. I'm grateful to all of the Rosses for sharing their mom with us. I'm grateful to this whole community, to all of you. The 19th Ward was an amazing place to grow up. And Jay was an amazing woman. Thank you.
My name is Eileen Hunter, and I moved to my home, which is right next door to Dan and Jay. So for 44 years, she's been my next door neighbor. There are a few things that are always will be standouts. Every year she made homemade fudge, different flavors, and they were wrapped in aluminum foil. The shiny side was chocolate, and the dull side was butterscotch. And even when I thought she wouldn't make it, she would come to the door with a bag of fudge. It was wonderful. But the other memory is rather sad, but endearing. When my husband died, my children were very young, and I had a hard time at first just going through every day, and Jay knew that. And at supper time, she would come and sit with us because sometimes I couldn't sit through dinner, and she would stay while the kids finished dinner because I couldn't sit there, and she would just stay and wait till they were done. That's all. And she was the first person to welcome me to the 19th Ward, 6 months pregnant with Catherine. And one of the best things is for 44 years, between 5:30 and 6, if I went in my living room, my dining room, I could look out and see Jay and Dan's kitchen, and they were sitting for dinner in the same place for almost 44 years. And it was such a comfort to know that some things endure and some families keep traditions. And it was always comforting to be able, no matter what was happening, to go in the dining room and look over at the Rosses, and Jay and Dan were having dinner together. And of course, they gave us Jesse, who was one of Jared's best friends growing up, and Catherine and Eric and Michael. So wonderful, wonderful woman. Thank you.
Thank you all so much. We will have more time to share additional memories later. I'm grateful that Jay was the kind of person who would make me feel very comfortable with a chattery 4-year-old at a service. He's taken off all of my accessories at this point, but I wanted to share that Jay made this scarf. She took photographs of fall leaves, and then she played with them in Photoshop, which she took courses on. Oh, we have another Jay original creation as well. And she printed her photographs on silk scarves for this beautiful effect because she was creative and ambitious and always trying something new. So thank you to everyone who shared memories. And now T-Bone, I believe we have our final song. Oh, did we lose the microphone? Jared has it.
Is this the right way? Well, I'm very honored to be up here, to be part of this celebration for this beautiful woman. And the reason that I'm here is because I'm the neighbors with Eric and Lisa. We share a lot line. And I can tell you that the love and the smarts and everything that Jay possessed has been passed on, and really fortunate for that. You can sing on this one too if you like. Probably help me. This land is your land, this land is my land. From California to the New York Island, from the Redwood Forest to the Gulf Stream waters, this land was made for you and me. As I went walking that ribbon of highway, I saw above me endless skyway. I saw below me that golden valley. This land was made for you and me. I roamed, I rambled, and I followed my footsteps to the sparkling sands of her diamond desert. And all around me a voice was sounding, this land was made for you and me. This land is your land, this land is my land. From California to the New York Island, from the Redwood Forest to the Gulf Stream waters, this land was made for you and me. As I was walking, I saw a sign there, and on the sign it said, no trespassing. But on the other side, I didn't say nothing. This land was made for you and me. All right, last chance. This land is your land. This land is my land. From California to the New York Island, from the redwood forest to the Gulf Stream waters. This land is made for you and me, especially the 19th Ward. This land was made for you and me. Thank you.
Thank you so much to T-Bone for sharing his gifts with us today. I want to thank you all for being here. I want to thank, Dante is here now too. I'm a professional, I'm trained to handle this. Can you bounce him, please? We do have special memories of This Land Is Your Land in our family, because from California to the New York Islands, of course, refers to Eagle Island, the most famous island in New York, as we know. I remember traveling to Holland Lake with Jessie when we were traveling across the country to move to California, and seeing such a special place to Jay and a cottage that was meaningful to her growing up. And the cottage on Eagle Island is so similar, and it's just a remarkable legacy that she leaves of that as well. When Jessie's grandfather, Dan's father, passed away, we were the lucky ones who were able to actually attend the service because we didn't have young children. And Jay, who was shy, stood up right away and said thank you to her father-in-law for being her father for 40 years. And I want to say thank you to Jay for being a mother to me and for bringing all of us together. You're all such remarkable people. And that's because of Jay, who can bring us all here. Please join us after. There's going to be a reception on the river level. The river level is shockingly far down from here. It's about 8 flights of stairs. So if you have any hesitation about stairs, please use the elevator. We can make as many trips as we would like to in that elevator. It's right over here. Over here are the stairs. Please do join us. We would love to see you all. We would love for you all to enjoy one another's company for longer. And we thank you so much. Jay would be so moved and astonished to see everyone who's come from so far to be here and to come together from so many parts of her life. But of course, to those of us who love her and who've known her, there's nothing surprising about how many spirits she has touched and moved. So thank you all so much. Planets in the solar system?
There is
Can you sing?
Mercury, Venus, Earth, and Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune. Those are the planets of our solar system. And when butterflies at night, and the boys look like it's because they die. And they like Butterflies that think of like death. Butterflies are architecture and managed by gay, but Lord it knows. My lady night, but like it knows.
Testing one. Testing one. Testing one. Testing. Testing, testing.
Testing, testing. Testing, testing. Testing, testing. Testing, testing. Testing, testing. Testing, testing. Testing, testing. Testing.
Thank you. I want to thank everyone for coming today to honor and celebrate the life of Neil Lachant. I also want to give a big special thanks to Jamie for helping to organize this event. If things go off without a hitch, it was all Jamie. If there's any hiccups, it was Matt's fault. So Neil Allen Lachant would not want this, but he deserved it. HEMA, as his kids and grandkids called him, yes, we somehow were able to turn hematologist into a term of endearment. To put it simply, he was the best. He could do it all: doctor, scientist, mentor, coach, teacher, cook, role model, husband, dad, and HEMA. He was born and raised in a small town in Vermont, Bennington. The running joke was HEMA was born, grown up, and ready to become a doctor. He graduated from Vermont in 1974 and became the first doctor in the family. He went to Syracuse to complete his training with the world-renowned Dr. Williams in hematology and met the love of his life, my mom, Mary, while in the ED there. Expensive and fancy things didn't drive HEMA. Instead, it was being with family, friends, always trying to learn and do better, helping others, of course teaching, and any fellow who had to call HEMA on the weekends or night knows a 5-minute call could turn into a 30-minute lecture. And most importantly, being happy. Over his 50-year career in medicine, he saw it all, and I heard only about a third of it. Even seeing the worst of the worst, that never brought him down. He always came home with a smile on his face and was ready to make a HEMA joke. And you'll hear some of those later. The outreach and stories I received from past and current colleagues and patients really exemplify how great of a man and Dr. HEMA was. He was able to make a positive impact on everyone he had contact with. I'm sure some of that was due to his dry HEMA wit, which continued till the end. When we were in the ED, the nurse asked him to straighten his arm because it was beeping. In my experience in the hospital, a patient usually just straightens their arm, not HEMA. Without missing a beat, with his eyes closed and lying in bed, HEMA said in a HEMA voice, "I could," and then he straightened his arm. That was the first time I'd ever heard someone say that. And it seems fitting we are doing HEMA's Celebration of Life on the second Saturday of May at 2 p.m. That's an important day and time for HEMA. The second Saturday of May is the Dadville Regatta final and the heats of the Midwest High School Rowing Championship. These two rowing regattas were something HEMA always looked forward to and never missed. He would always be there with his camera taking action shots, and 2 p.m. is always when we'd come to get together on Saturdays. Every weekend, he would always ask, "What time are we getting together?" And I would always send the same reply of, "Does 2 p.m. work?" He knew he was always welcome at any time, but he always wanted to ask. Despite all of his accomplishments, HEMA never needed or wanted to talk about himself or be the center of attention. Here are a few fun facts about HEMA. It's not quite clear whether it's because of his smarts or because his grandma Audrey wanted to get rid of him, but he started kindergarten a year early and excelled throughout school. He went to summer camp with Andy Kaufman. He used to play hockey. At the University of Vermont, he was in a fraternity. He received an R01 to study red blood cell morphology and metabolism. He enjoyed photography, which was mostly of us rowing. He attempted beer making and coined HEMA Brew. He loved cooking and drinking red wine, and most of all, he enjoyed spending time with family and friends, as evidenced by the fact that his vacation requests for almost 15 years were the same and included having the Head of the Charles weekend off in October, the Wednesday before Thanksgiving so he could food prep, and vacation in August so that we could go to Canandaigua, Vermont. He was also very appreciative of Jamie and Dr. Adams getting me interested in red wine. HEMA landed what he thought was his first dream job at UCLA after finishing fellowship. What could be better than moving to LA after being in Vermont and Syracuse his entire life? He would tell me how nice it was to read medical journals on a Saturday morning outside while drinking his coffee. Of course, the wine out there was incredible, and the enjoyment of working at UCLA and Dr. Tanaka. 9 years and 4 kids later, HEMA and my mom decided to move closer to family after HEMA's dad died in 1987. He knew this most likely would end his research career, but he didn't care. We moved from beautiful Palos Verdes, California to Toledo, Ohio. After working at MCO for 6 years, HEMA decided he wanted a different challenge, so he took a job at Wayne State in Detroit. We established a great life in Ohio, and instead of uprooting everyone, we stayed put, and he made the daily commute to Detroit. This was before cell phones were widely used, Zoom meetings, remote work, and e-record. Knowing what my day is like, I can only imagine how hard it must have been with 6 kids at home, but they made it work. After 6 years, Hema wanted another challenge. He had a brief 2-year stay at Geisinger. I'm not sure how he landed that job, but that ultimately led him to Cooper Hospital in New Jersey, where he had the longest stint for 15 years, and a testament to how much he truly enjoyed working there, including Andres, who's here, Kumar, and an appreciative fisherman who brought him fresh scallops at every visit. Ultimately, the need for good hematology at the University of Rochester and Maddie and Emma helped to bring Hema up here, where he finally found his dream job and told me it was better than UCLA. He loved having real grand rounds and hearing what was new and exciting in medicine, seeing difficult cases, having a mix of conferences to go to, being a part of many different committees, teaching med students, residents, fellows, and having great colleagues and staff to work with. Even at the age of 75, Hema truly enjoyed waking up every morning to go to work, which is rare to see. Add on top of it his granddaughters he could see every weekend, and Hema couldn't ask for more. Hema was able to keep this going for 5 years and continue doing what he loved. He saw patients in clinic until the very end, and I don't think he would have had it any other way. I was lucky to have Hema to learn both life lessons and medicine for almost 39 years. And to say that he shaped who I am today would be an understatement. I remember going on rounds in the hospital with Hema and seeing patients and looking at slides, and no, this was not at Cooper, this was at MCO in Detroit. Something you couldn't pull off today. In 5th grade, I had my first research mentoring with Hema. We did a blind tasting of Pepsi and Diet Pepsi to see what people preferred. We ultimately made our way to the Ohio State Science Fair. I chose to go to St. Joe's over Wisconsin so Hema could watch me row. In medical school, I'd come home on Sundays for dinner, and he always wanted to hear what we learned during the week prior. When we got to ATP metabolism, he was quick to recite the entire pathway and what enzymes did what. Needless to say, I was impressed. He would always have a bag of groceries for me and told me to take the leftovers. Hema wanted to do whatever he could to make life easier. He stressed the importance of hard work and not taking shortcuts. I was fortunate enough to rotate with him in medical school. When we would go see a patient together, in true Hema fashion, he would always refer to me as the younger, taller, smarter, better-looking Dr. LaChant. Something he continued at the University of Rochester. The patient would always follow up with, "You must be so proud," and Hema would say, "Most of the time." The patient would then tell me how great Hema was. I would do board questions with Hema, which he enjoyed. He liked showing off by getting the random esoteric questions correct and saying, "Not bad for a mere country hematologist." After matching at the University of Rochester, the first thing Hema told me was I was already a step ahead of him since they rejected him for residency. During my training, he was my personal hematology consult. I would text him questions, and he would always get back to me quickly, almost like he was sitting around waiting for me to ask him something. Usually later in the evening or the following morning, my email would have an article related to my question. I don't think I ever stumped him. Shortly after he started at the University of Rochester, I was fortunate enough to do a pulmonary embolism grand round with him. On the weekends, he'd like to tell me about his difficult and interesting cases he saw during the prior week, making sure I remained I was well-rounded in my medical knowledge. He would discuss research ideas over red wine, and he would call it his research meeting. These research meetings led to 6 publications together. Hema even expanded our research meetings to Jamie. He would see a headline or read an article about Parkinson's and ask Jamie a question. And Jamie would usually say, "Wow, that is a good question. I am not sure." That was Hema for you, a 70-year-old hematologist learning about Parkinson's. Some of Hema's favorite Saturdays were in December when he could listen to a virtual session at the American Society of Hematologists, have a glass of wine and keep our standing research meeting, and still see Maddie, Emma, and Lucy. Hema's greatest accomplishment was not his research, publications, the thousands of medical students, residents, fellows he taught, which in turn has probably indirectly impacted the lives of over 1 million patients, or all the great saves he made throughout his medical career. It was his kids, and more than that, it was his granddaughters, Maddie, Emma, and Lucy, who he adored more than us. After Saturday dinner, Maddie, Emma, and Lucy would tell Hema how much he enjoyed how much they enjoyed it. And he would always respond by saying, "You sure know how to make a Hema feel good." An ideal night for Hema would be a nice bottle of wine, cooking a simple meal with his 3 granddaughter sous chefs, and watching them do their dance afterwards. Hema never missed a performance. Every night would end with the girl saying, "Bye, Hema," and putting their index finger across their upper lip, pretending it was a mustache. Hema would respond in kind. Matt found a folder in Hema's office called Treasures. Thinking he had found the Lachant family fortune, he was going to sneak away with it and open it. It was not money, the code to a secret safe, or the family secrets. It was all the artwork the girls made for Hema over the years. He saved every drawing and birthday card they made for him. Hema cherished them, and they kept him going even when he wasn't feeling well. Hema would do anything to help any of us out. As I recently learned, Hema would bail Matt out when he was running out of insulin and would call a script in for him. Somehow he perfected doing this across state lines, and now I know the secret, as I recently had to fill that role before Matt went to Portugal. When Jamie was pregnant with Lucy and had an antibody show up on a screening test, Hema contacted the head of maternal fetal medicine he knew and had 2 articles providing reassurance in a couple hours. That was Hema. Whenever the girls needed to be watched, Hema always wanted to help, including one night where he and Mike watched all 3 girls and put them to bed so Jamie and I could go out to dinner. When we came home, I asked Hema, how were they? And he responded with, "I had a great time with the girls." I think Mike, on the other hand, was traumatized. In December, Jamie was at a conference and I had the 3 girls. Maddie had a swim meet in Canandaigua, which was just down the road from where Hema was. I asked Hema if he could watch Emma and Lucy for a couple hours so I could watch Maddie. Hema responded with, "Of course." I packed an emergency bag of toys, tablets, food, and anything else needed to keep the peace. When we got there, I tried to tell Hema what was in the bag and what to do in certain situations. Hema wanted none of that. He responded with, "Ann and I have this, we will be fine." A little nervous, I went to the swim meet with Maddie. I kept an eye on my phone looking for the SOS text. It never came. When Maddie and I went back, we saw Hema and the girls coloring pictures, books they had read around the table, and a couple of empty fruit snacks. There were no fights or any issues. Hema, of course, was right. He had everything under control. We then celebrated with a nice bottle of wine. I am pretty sure Jamie kept Tiny Beans going for almost 8 years because of Hema. Every morning, Hema would text Jamie at 7 a.m. commenting on a photo or witty caption. And in true Hema fashion, I left the last page in the car, so I'm going to read it like Hema would on a text. No. Hema would text Jamie at 7 a.m. commenting on a photo or witty caption Jamie had put up. It was like clockwork. What father-in-law texts his daughter-in-law every morning about pictures? That was Hema. Hema never wanted to talk about his cancer, even with me. I would ask and give openings for updates, but he wanted to stick with research, wine, the girls, and anything else. I don't think he wanted to worry. I don't think he wanted us to worry about him and wanted everyone to live their life. On the Tuesday before he died, I learned of his blood test and knew things were not good. We had canceled our plans for spring break and spent the week with him. He told me he had a great run and cherished the last 5 years. And he went out the way he wanted to. This was just a snapshot of Hema, the master clinician and more than just a mere country hematologist, as an excellent teacher and mentor, a loving husband, and the best dad Hema one could ask for, who still had much to offer the world. Here are 2 quotes I received from professors who knew Hema that truly sum him up. His clinical thoroughness and acumen was of a different league and is rare today. He was kind, generous, and humble. A wonderful example of how to conduct yourself and treat others with kindness and compassion. I'm going to leave you with what I would classify as the 5 pillars of Hema for a successful day. Try to learn something new each day. Be generous and humble. Work hard and don't take shortcuts. Spend time with family and don't do things that don't truly make you happy. And most importantly, don't waste your time with bad wine, or for Matt and Mike, a bad cheeky pint. If you do that, you will have a good and full day and ultimately a successful life like Hema.
Thanks, Danny, I think. Thank you all for coming today. I know my dad met most of the people in this room very far from where we're gathered, so we sincerely appreciate all of you making the trip to Rochester to celebrate a life that was exceptionally well lived. I want to give a special shout out to Karen Caruana and her son Matt, one of my mom's dearest friends from her first year of nursing school, who I believe are the furthest traveled, coming from Morgan Hill, California. But if anyone has arrived from further away, please let me know and I will rescind my shout out to Karen and Matt. I also want to thank my sister-in-law Jamie and my mom for all of their help in organizing this service. There's a bit of background on me. I am Neil's youngest and sixth in line to the throne, and I'm honored to share a few words about him today. While deliberating about what I wanted to talk about, I naturally considered what my dad might have discussed in the presence of a large group of people, most of whom are medical professionals. So with that in mind, I'm pleased to spend the next few minutes giving a talk on one of my dad's favorite subjects, a morphology of extremely rare blood diseases and disorders. I am going to talk about some of the things we're going to miss most about him: his constant, nonstop exuding of kindness, his love of good food and wine, and his eagerness to share those interests with the people he loved, and his one-of-a-kind sense of humor. A large percentage of my memories of my dad can be filed into one of those three buckets, and I'm sure that's a sentiment that's felt by many here today. I keep referring to him as my dad, but that's something we hardly ever called him. We're a huge nickname family, and my dad collected several over the years: Pops, Big Dog, Hema, Heem Dog, Hemi, Hemi Sashimi, and Phil, to name just a few. Phil was an especially funny one. While on a family trip to Vermont, my grandma Audrey shared that she had originally wanted to name my dad Philip, which her father, my dad's grandpa Charles, strongly objected to, so they settled on Neil. When we learned that story, we thought it was hilarious and couldn't let him live it down, so we just started calling him Phil for a number of years. My dad owned it and even created a really funny bit out of it. Whenever he would do something truly remarkable, such as sinking a long putt in golf, correctly answering a Jeopardy question that had everyone else stumped, or when a meal that he prepared turned out extra delicious, which was usually the case, and we would compliment it, he would have a coy smirk and in his calm, matter-of-fact voice would say, "That's why they call me the Phil." Hema's sense of humor was a big part of his soft-spoken and calm personality, which made his delivery and jokes that much funnier. I think he was also physically incapable of resisting the urge to make a joke, and a lot of my childhood memories reflect that. For example, when I was a young boy and hungry on the weekends, I would ask Hema, "Can you please make me a grilled cheese?" And he always, and I mean always, had to first reply, "Abracadabra, you're a grilled cheese," before folding up his newspaper and going on to prep my order. Every year while growing up, my siblings and I would have our annual inquiry and ask him what he wanted us to get him for Christmas or his birthday. His answer was always the same: cooperation. That was a bit of wishful thinking from a guy who chose to have 6 kids. He used his sense of humor to squash quarrels that I would have with my siblings while growing up. If a fight was boisterous enough to warrant his attention, a bar that was admittedly very lenient and high, he would intervene and ask what was going on. As the youngest of 6, it was usually me, through tears, who would decree, "Mike is being a jackass." And Hema would calmly and very empathetically reply, "That may be, but he's our jackass and we love him anyways." Which often caused both parties to laugh and was enough to diffuse the situation and get him some peace, if it was only momentary. My dad was really good at taking care of others, and that's what made him such a great dad and physician. As a dad, he did everything right. He led by example, and he showed us the value in hard work and how shortcuts in life weren't worth it. He honed in the importance of right versus wrong. He He showed us how valuable not sweating the small stuff in life can be. He was an amazing chef. He loved to hang up the white coat when he got home from work and throw on his apron, and he was enthusiastic to share his skills with his kids. He joked before sending me off to college, "You may be surprised how useful being a good cook will be when trying to court a young lady." And I think my fiancée, Gab, would agree with that. He went to all of our sporting events as kids, and despite a lackluster middle school basketball career that I had, after every game that I hardly saw any playing time in, he would still ensure, "Well, did you have fun? That's the most important thing." Trying to give thanks for all that he did proved difficult. As a physician, he begrudgingly accepted a few gifts over the years from his patients: a wooden model ship, a porcelain statue of a physician, and some framed photographs come to mind. However, as Dan already stole my joke, that's not to say that there weren't seldom gifts that were accepted enthusiastically, like the scallop fisherman from Delaware who would bring him 2 pounds of his freshest catch to his annual visits. He was giddy about that one. But for his kids, cooperation was always out of stock, and it wasn't until we were older that we realized it was quality time together is what he emphatically enjoyed most. Hema got sick in 2016, and the outlook at that time was very grim. Back then, the odds seemed so stacked against us that we would have made any deal with anyone if it guaranteed us the 8 years that we had with him. And now we would make a similar deal for those 8 years to not have passed as seemingly quickly as they did. Somehow, really almost miraculously, he defied the odds and found his new baseline that he was able to sustain. He kept working and made the decision to move upstate to be closer to Dan and Jamie and their budding family and join the U of R. And not surprisingly, he continued to give to his family and his newfound community in upstate. It was during his Rochester years when our family get-togethers started having a much more pronounced sentimental aura, were we really able to thank him for everything that he gave. It started with a demotion. Hema gleefully accepted a demotion from head chef of the family, a role that he held for 50 years, to sous chef, which he often joked, "Gee, if I knew how much more fun it was being sous chef, I would have handed over the reins long ago." This gave him more time to sit back, drink wine, eat hors d'oeuvres, talk medicine with Dan and Jamie and my mom, and converse with any guests who stopped by. He loved hanging out with Jamie's parents and catching up with them. And he even more loved being entertained and playing with his granddaughters. Food and wine were his love language, and we really strived to make each dinner party something special for him. We would go overboard to make homemade tortillas, salsas, and slow-roasted carnitas and guac to pair with good wine that he would never splurge for himself, but was still nonetheless elated to drink. All of these dinners ended the same. Hema thanked us profusely for whipping up a feast. He had to mention how it would be hard to top the next dinner, how much he enjoyed the evening, and how he was already looking forward to the next one. The end of the night usually included with a viewing of one of his favorite handful of movies that were always on TV, Indiana Jones, The Fugitive, Men in Black, and My Cousin Vinny, while he hung out with his crew. He loved talking Philadelphia Eagles with Ann, restaurants and recipes with Aaron, medicine and wine with Dan, Syracuse athletics and Rocket League with Joe, wrestling and the whereabouts of missing leftovers with Mike, who my dad affectionately nicknamed the Midnight Raider, food and wine with me, med school and residency with Gab. I also recently learned that in addition to being a full-time hematologist, he was a part-time therapist to my sister-in-law, Jamie, while he served as her trusted confidant for her to blow off steam and frustration related to her relationship with the Buffalo Bills. Before I would return back to Philly during these trips upstate, I would wake up at 6 a.m. to make Hema a loaf of homemade bread, which he affectionately referred to as Moo Bread after my nickname, Moo Man. And he would give me a live update over the ensuing days on all of his applications of the bread after I departed via his unrivaled emoji usage. Ham and cheese and bread emojis, jam and honey and bread emojis, some combination of leftovers and bread emojis. But it always ended with the same: a tear on the cheek emoji and a bread emoji to indicate it was gone. He would reiterate how he couldn't wait until my next trip and the next loaf of Moo Bread. He was really good at expressing to all of his kids how much he enjoyed the trips to visit him. Just 6 weeks ago, I asked my dad for one more gift. I already knew I would never be able to repay him for everything he had given me in my life, so what was one more ask? My dad was a great husband, and he loved my mom very much. They were a united front, which they had no choice in being, having they were outnumbered 6-2. But growing up, anytime I asked him for permission to do something, he would first inquire, "Well, what did your mother say?" And anytime I would push back on her opinion, he would repeat the same words with a different inflection, "What did your mother say?" And at that point, I knew I wasn't going to overturn the court's ruling. My dad loved his routines with my mom, crossword puzzles and floppy eggs on the weekend, flowers and a cheeky card for birthdays and holidays. He was always thinking of her, and he emulated what a great husband looks like. I thought a good way to symbolize that devotion would be to acquire my dad's wedding ring, which he had not worn in a number of years, since my fiancée Gab and I are planning our own wedding. So about a month and a half ago, I approached my dad and asked him if he knew where his wedding ring was, in case I wanted to steal it. He laughed, and not surprisingly said, "Mom should know where it is." Also not surprisingly, my mom had no idea where he put it. So I went back to my dad to let him know, and he informed me, actually, it might be in a folder in my office downstairs. I went into the office, and anyone who has ever worked with my dad or seen his office can attest to the approximately 732 manila envelopes, stacks and stacks of paper that may or may not be related because I could never read his chicken scratch, that littered his workspace. Needless to say, it was a real needle in the haystack operation. I started combing through the folders, and just when I was beginning to give up on the whole operation, I finally found the promising lead. Tucked away in the back of his filing cabinet was a folder with treasures labeled on it. A promising lead indeed. I grabbed the folder, and instead of finding that ring, I found construction paper, handmade cards and art addressed to Hema from his granddaughters that they had gifted to him over the years. That sums up the type of family man that he was. As an aside, we ended up finding the ring about 300 miles away in New Jersey. He's going to be greatly missed, but he's left a grand legacy in the aspects of his life that were most important to him. I don't know what my dad would say if he were here, but if he had to respond to all of today's stories being shared of the remarkable life that he lived, from raising and caring for 6 kids who thought the world of him, to being a deeply devoted and supportive husband to my mom, to spending nearly 5 decades caring for patients, to improbably overcoming immense health obstacles, to continue caring for his family and patients, and making us all laugh the way only he could along the way, I think he would have a coy smirk and in his calm, matter-of-fact voice say, "That's why they called me the Phil."
I am not a family member. I'm one of Neil's friends from medical school, and it's very hard for me to believe that we were graduating from medical school in May 50 years ago. The 50 years has gone very quickly. I'm not going to be able to comment on his family life because his family can do that much better than I can, but I can tell you some of the things that we found in common in medical school. First, we liked each other because we both have a dry sense of humor and a bit of sarcasm, but never a mean-spirited sarcasm. There are different types of sarcasm. And we spent a lot of time discussing things, frequently inviting 2 carbon fragments, beer, wine, sherry, but talk. And what I find amazing is I do not remember any real conversations about, in alphabetical order, cars, girls, sports, weather. What we found we liked to discuss were how to present a case and make the other person think, and papers we were reading in New England Journal and things like that. So maybe we weren't quite typical of our medical school class. We first met at lunchtime in first year of medical school because some people would get together and play bridge. We actually went to some bridge tournaments. We never won, but we didn't come in dead last. So we had a good time. We got to the introduction of clinical medicine, and we were lucky enough to have the guy leading our introduction to clinical medicine named Larry Weed. Now, for those of you who are not in medicine, Larry Weed did some significant things. He developed something called the problem-oriented medical record, which has a problem list, did not exist before about 1968, and the SOAP note, where you divided information into different categories, subjective and objective, your assessment from that, and your plan, what you're going to do. That didn't really exist. And when we started seeing patients, I can remember Dr. Weed saying very clearly, I'm going to evaluate you on 4 criteria. It doesn't matter what degrees or what certifications you have. You need to be thorough, reliable, efficient, and have analytic sense, your problem solving. And so being the thoroughness and the reliability of the data gathering was critical to functioning as a good physician. And there's much more to it than just looking at the labs or examining the chest, doing a physical exam. There are things like, how does the patient conduct him or herself? How is their gait? Is their gait abnormal? What's abnormal about it? How do they present? Are they not answering questions? Are they answering around the question? That Neil was very thorough. That with that, you can develop something called expertise. Now, many people don't know what expertise is. When I was a medical student, someone told me an expert is someone who knows more and more about less and less until they know everything about nothing. And it turns out that really isn't a very good definition of an expert. It's a definition of a subspecialist. That when the Air Force was having more pilot mishaps and losing pilots in aircraft, they contracted with a couple of brothers, one of whom had a PhD in philosophy, the other has a PhD in mathematics. The philosopher was at MIT, and the mathematics guy was at Rand Institute, to look at what can we do to get our pilots to do better. And they came up with a construct. The construct is you start off as a novice, you can become an advanced beginner, you can become competent, some people can become proficient, and some people can become experts. And they use the model of the grandmaster in chess. The grandmaster in chess can be playing 4 games of chess at once, time chess, and winning all of them. He's not thinking about every single move, but a lot of it is pattern recognition. They've seen it before, and pattern recognition becomes very important. But if you give up your thoroughness and your reliability, you can get faked by pattern recognition. And if you want an example of that for people who keep statistics, one of the major accounting firms in the country that certify the annual reports of a lot of the companies, they have their CPAs mandatory retirement at age 60. And I had the pleasure at a cousin's wedding a few years ago to talk to the vice president of this corporation. I said, why do you do that? They start missing things. They become more dependent on pattern recognition, but they're not being the thorough and reliable that you need to be. Neil became, I believe, he had expertise, became an expert in many areas, but he never gave up the thoroughness and reliability that you need to be a really good physician. And so that's the start of that's my medical school part. Then we get to how do you become an academic physician? I don't know if when I was doing my residency and fellowship, there was something called the Federation of American Societies of Experimental Biology, called FASEB. And they had an annual meeting in this down and out place in New Jersey called Atlantic City. This is before there was gambling there. And the old hotels were in really pretty rundown shape, but all the junior researchers could afford to go there. I am wearing the uniform today of what we're supposed to wear if we were presenting. You wore a navy blue blazer. In the winter, you would grow gray trousers. In summer, you could wear khakis, and you wore a tie. And debate about a blue shirt or a white shirt, that was minor. But anyway, there were 3 main societies that sponsored the FASEB meeting, and we called the members of those the Young Jerks, the Young Turks, and the Old Farts. Everyone starting out is a young jerk. If you're successful, you can become a young Turk. Neil became a young Turk fairly rapidly. By 1985, he had a 5-year NIH grant that paid 30% of his salaries. He was an associate professor by 1987. That gets him into the Young Turks, no question. By 1995, he was a full professor. He did very well. Getting back to medical school, we did enjoy eating and cooking. And some of the things we ate got to be more time and effort to make. I had the good fortune to be able to make a dining room table in the winter of 72, 73. It's an 8-foot shaker table. And so when I finished it, Neil said, we should have a meal. I said, fine, let's have a meal. Who do you want to invite? He said, no, what do we want to eat? And we decided that we would cook duck. And so Neil invited our friends to the duck-off. And the duck-off went off really well. Neil's orange Grand Marnier duck was better than my black cherry sherry duck. Now that table is still in use, is still our dining room table. And Aaron, Ann, Dan, Joe, Matthew, and Michael, in alphabetical order, might remember it as the table when they visited us in Pittsford, that they could all sit around when we were eating lunch so that the adults could go in the dining room and enjoy their meal. And Neil and Mary were going to come and visit us for our 50th medical school reunion this fall, and unfortunately Neil can't make it. But I'm going to have the same table, and I have finally perfected my black cherry sherry duck. The problem was the black cherries were too sweet. I needed tart cherries, and it is now really good, but unfortunately Neil won't ever get to taste it. That we were not athletes. Neil played some hockey. I ran some track. I remember when we were having an intramural track meet and medical school put in 2 4x400, back then it was a quarter mile, but relay teams. Neil yelling at me as I was running, make those turkey feathers fly, because I was a turkey. His nickname was Dork. You might not know Dork. And asking him and his friend David, they have different stories of how he got the nickname Dork. Neil's version was, oh, some young lady was asked about me and she said, oh, he's such a dork. David's explanation was different, but I don't see David here, so I can't make any comments. We did canoe, and the canoeing that we did was I had the fortune of getting a little scholarship. I got a little scholarship every year, $200 from the state of Maine, as the product of the Flexner Report. Those of you who have heard of the Flexner Report know that it came out in 1910, and it was an assessment of medical education in the United States, and one of their recommendations was the 3 medical schools in northern New England be closed. They were the one in Maine in Brunswick, associated with Bowdoin, the one in Hanover, associated with Dartmouth, and the one in Vermont, associated with the University of Vermont. The people in Maine took their advice, closed the medical school, took its endowment, and anyone who gets into medical school could get a $200 scholarship every year while they're in medical school. So mine became a canoe. The people at Dartmouth half took their advice. They said, well, we don't have clinical stuff. We'll run a 2-year school and they can transfer to a medical school for the other 2 years. So most of them went to Harvard, and the people in Vermont ignored their recommendation. But anyway, so we had the canoe, and we would canoe in the summer on Lake Champlain. We would canoe to the Four Brothers. This is probably an 8-mile round trip. After finishing class in the summer or getting out of the hospital, I can't imagine doing that now. I'm not in the physical shape to do that. So although we weren't athletic, we were relatively fit. Another thing that came from the table is Neil took me to Bennington. I've been there a couple times, and this time he introduced me to his grandfather. His grandfather was a woodworker also, and once I'd made something, he wanted to meet me, and I got to meet Neil's grandfather, and he was a great guy. He was obviously extremely proud of Neil because he was going to have a doctor in the family, and Neil and he were obviously very fond of one another. And so Neil's grandfather made us desk plaques, N.A. Lachant, M.D. It was mahogany base and then tiger maple for the cutouts of the names. And, you know, just another nice thing about Neil. So Neil progressed through the different parts of medicine, and at some point you get promoted and you become an administrator rather than being a researcher or a scientist, or maybe even sometimes you don't get to be a clinician. And it was Neil's publication rate went way down when he was in New Jersey. It skyrocketed right back up as soon as he got to the University of Rochester. I think he only had 4 well-reviewed non-chapter publications in New Jersey, and he's had more than that in the 5 years he was here. So Neil was an excellent physician. He was also a very good friend, and There's a difference between friend and friendly. Bill Russell was being interviewed by a young sportscaster one day, and after the end of the interview, the sportscaster said, "You know, you and I could be friends." And Bill Russell corrected him and said, "No, we can be friendly. It takes a lot of time and a lot of trust to become a friend." And that is reflected, is not a new piece of information. In the Poetic Edda, which is the Norwegian North tale of the history of, there's one part called Advice from Odin. And what one of the translations reads, "Men become friends when they can share their minds with one another. Anything is better than being lied to. A real friend will disagree with you will disagree with you openly." And Neil and I were able to talk about things that we didn't disagree and not think less of one another with that. The other is, how do you want to be remembered? And again, from the Poetic Edda, cattle die, family die, you will die the same way. I only know one thing that never dies, the reputation of the one who has died. And Neil left a good reputation. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Andres Ferber, and I thank Mary and Dan for inviting me to say a few words today. I met Neil on a rainy night, much like last night, on a Collinswood, New Jersey restaurant when I went to interview because I was applying to be a hematologist at Cooper. And I recognized many of the things that were said today. Because I remember last night, we didn't drink wine, Dine. We didn't. But we were kicked out of the restaurant because we stayed talking for such a long time that the man came and said, "It's time to go." And that day I learned something very important that then I carry all through my life and until the last conversation I had with Neil, and that Neil is a listener. And this is a quality that today doesn't exist too much around. And many of the problems that we have today are because people do not listen. And Neil was a listener in the broad sense of the word. So that night basically patterned all our conversations from that night until the last conversation I had with him. And that is why I remember that night so fondly. Around 4 or 5 on a very busy clinic, 4 or 5 p.m. on a very busy clinic day, which we share the same room and everything, there would be this phone call, "What's for dinner tonight?" So I want to make a confession today, and it's that we stayed talking for many more hours after that phone call. So I'm responsible for him being late those nights. Of course, I had a partner in him, it's not just that. So in terms of what I learned from all these conversations with Neil, there were many things. There was his love of medicine that was already mentioned here. I just want to say that whenever we call each other on the weekend for any difficult case or for any case that needed clarification and one of us was on call, we would start always by, "I'm sorry to interrupt your cup of coffee and reading the New England Journal of Medicine on this Sunday morning." And what Dan said is true. We never talk about, "I'm sorry to interrupt your reading of Blood Journal." It was the New England Journal of Medicine that came out because of his breadth of knowledge and interest was so wide. The other thing I learned is you have to keep your curiosity going, otherwise things can become very routine. And the best example I have of this is he saw a patient that had a very unusual very unusual symptoms and very unusual laboratory work. And I'm not going to make the whole story, but that led to the description of a new hemoglobin that was not known at this time. It was, and the hemoglobin in general, the names of the hemoglobin reflect the names of the cities or the towns where that hemoglobin was described. And to this day, that hemoglobin that he described is known as hemoglobin Voorhees, as for most of you is not, means nothing, but is a small suburban community outside Philadelphia on the New Jersey side. So that is the ultimate, from the bed to the bench to the bedside research. And I think that is a very good example that he transmitted to all his trainees, all his residents, all his fellows, and all his junior faculty. You have to keep the curiosity going. So I think that is a very good example of that. The other part is the patient, the total dedication to the patients. I still care for some of his patients today, and they remember him very fondly. And part of our allotted time now is what, 20 minutes, 30 minutes with each patient. Part of that time, we talk about how Dr. Lachant was their doctor until this day. And I'm very humble when I see this, because these are patients that he took care of more than 10 years ago, and they still remember his care. So I think that is something that all of us that are friends of Neil should be proud of. The other part is his academics, and Dr. Perkins already alluded to some of this today. But many of you, probably Mary knows because of the long hours that this project took. And it was the design of the curriculum for the medical school that Cooper had the opportunity to open as a 4-year medical school in the 2000s. And he was part of the curriculum committee. And he designed single-handedly the whole hematology curriculum. And one day he told me, Andres, I want to show you the hematology curriculum. And I don't know if I understood wrong. I assumed that it was a hematology curriculum. And then when he hands me these papers, it says rheumatology curriculum. I said, oh, he got confused. I thought it was the hematology curriculum that you were doing. Yes, but I'm involved in the curriculum as a whole, and I want you to look at this part of the rheumatology curriculum. Don't you think that this should be included here? And I think this is a very, very typical comment that he will have on many, many things. And I think that this is very telling of the broad of his knowledge and interest in the academic world. And I think the last part I wanted to talk about is about his dedication to his fellow physicians, residents, fellows, also medical students, and how he was always there for them. This, an anecdote of a 5-minute call that becomes a 30-minute lecture is not a joke, it's the truth, it's the rule. And you cannot believe the number of former trainees, former residents, former fellows, former junior colleagues that have reached out to me in the last few weeks. And I don't want to mention everyone in particular, but just as a collective of people that wanted to transmit to the family and the friends the appreciation that they have for the teachings that Neil impart on them, and for all these qualities that not only he taught about, but he modeled about. His attention to detail can only be appreciated by anybody that had ever published a paper with Neil. If you ever publish a paper with Neil, you needed to be prepared to discuss every comma and every dot and every reference. He will not accept the notion that you quoted a paper that was a review that quoted the original research. No, you had to go to the original paper, not to the review that quoted the paper. So this attention to detail and this involvement, I think, is a testament of his true academic credentials and true academic abilities. And in these long talks that we had and delayed dinners, I not only learned about medicine, I learned about rowing. I never had any idea about rowing or how somebody can jump on the Cooper River. For those of you, the Cooper River is a small river in New Jersey, but I learned about that. I learned about family, not with family secrets, but the value that Neil gave to his family. In the last conversation I had with him over the phone a few months ago, one of the things, he had called me for some trivial thing, and then of course, like my first conversation, this expanded to a 1-hour phone conversation. One of the things he was really, really proud and happy about is having published papers with Dan. And I think that was really, really the cherry on the top. I think for him that was really, really important. And so I learned about rowing, I learned about the fact that Subarus are better than Hondas. I learned about that too. And in general, I learned that this type of dedication to your patients, to your fellow colleagues, to your trainees, and to your own academic pursuits are what is worth to be in medicine is. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Jamie, Neil's daughter-in-law. Hemo is very special to me and my girls, and I'm honored to be reading a reflection and collection of remembrances prepared by Dr. Aram Hezel, Chief of Hematology and Oncology at the University of Rochester, Hemo's most recent place of work. Neil Lachant received both his undergraduate and medical school degrees from the University of Vermont. He pursued his residency and fellowship in hematology oncology at SUNY Upstate University in Syracuse, New York, and then embarked on a 44-year-long career as a hematologist, including at UCLA, Medical College of Ohio, Wayne State University, Geisinger Health System, Cooper University Hospital, and the University of Rochester. Neil's CV, all 44 pages, which interestingly is also the precise length of his career in years, is a very long walk through the halls of academic service in all its varied forms and functions. Neil was funded by the National Institute of Health, American Cancer Society, American Society of Hematology, and many foundations. He contributed to 200 presented abstracts, published papers, published reviews, served on educational committees of every kind and in every institution that he was at. Neil sat on scholarly review boards. He taught and taught and taught, from medical students to residents and fellows and to his own colleagues. He had administrative roles, ran quality initiatives, and directed programs. Finally, Neil was honored for his work collecting many accolades along the way. Neil had a big influence on many of the doctors he worked with and trained in clinical hematology. His mentees and colleagues shared these memories. From Dr. Rakesh Surapaneni, oncologist and associate program director of internal medicine residency at Texas A&M College of Medicine. Dr. Lachant was my hematology mentor, and most of the benign hematology I practice is modeled on the principles he taught us. One thing I always remember about Dr. Lachant is that he never took shortcuts. Even if it was 8 p.m. on the consult service, he gave the same attention to that patient as the first patient of the day. From Dr. Michael McCormick, hematologist and oncologist at Wake Forest, Dr. Lachant was a great teacher and always passionate about his chosen field of hematology. He made sure to examine every detail on his patients to make sure nothing was missed. He cared deeply for those around him, including patients, fellows, and colleagues. I will always cherish the time he was able to give in educating me, and now I try to give the same attention and effort to the fellows I work with. He will be dearly missed. From Dr. Peter Quedes, Medical and Research Director at the Mary M. Gooley Hemophilia Treatment Center in Rochester. I knew Neil for over 40 years, dating back to 1983 when I was a third-year medical student, and he was one of the HEMONC fellows at Upstate College of Medicine. We worked in the same lab of Dr. Arlen Gottlieb on oxidant hemolysis and cirrhotics, Heinz body anemia, my first foray in hematology research. I admired Neil then, even as he was a fellow and a great role model. We stayed in touch over the decades, often catching up at meetings and sharing emails about challenging patients well before he came to Rochester. We collaborated on several projects with a colleague of ours in Ohio, and just 2 years ago, we published one of our collaborations on platelet-dense granule deficiency. Neil had an easy, pleasant, collegial manner and always reaffirmed one's own enthusiasm and love of all things hematological. From Dr. Bill Archibald, fellow and soon-to-be faculty at the University of Rochester. Dr. Lachant was a gifted hematologist. His passion for identifying unusual causes of patient ailments is a fond memory of mine. I will never forget our discussions of wood heating stoves, tonic water, folk remedies, the deadly risk of Vibrio infections caused by eating raw shellfish, etc., etc. The unmatched joy Dr. Lachant would have when an unusual case was staffed with him is an enthusiasm that we all hope to have in our practice of medicine. He loved hematology and teaching trainees, and we are all better hematologists because of our time with Dr. Lachant. His joyful manner of speaking, including his trademark line, "Okie dokie," made him loved by his patients. From Dr. Frank Aqua, hematologist at the University of Rochester. For the past 5 years, Neil has been an integral part of our professional family, leaving an indelible mark on each of us through his dedication, kindness, and expertise. Neil was not merely a colleague, but a beacon of inspiration and knowledge to us all. With a passion for teaching, he generously shared his wealth of knowledge, experience, and wisdom, nurturing the minds of the students, residents, and colleagues who worked with him. He inspired lifelong learning and those of us who had the privilege of learning from him. Beyond his role as an educator, Neil was a consummate professional whose experience and expertise enriched our practice. His commitment to excellence in patient care was unwavering, and his compassionate approach endeared him to his patients and colleagues alike. In his absence, we take solace in the memories we shared and the legacy Neil leaves behind. His spirit will continue to inspire us and remind us of the importance of compassion, dedication, and lifelong learning in our professional endeavors. His presence will be ever felt in the hallways of our clinic and the hearts of those who had the privilege of knowing him. We are grateful for the time we shared, the lessons we learned, and the impact he had on our lives and careers. He will be deeply missed. And from Dr. Hiesel, I'm grateful for Neil, who helped our division and entire healthcare system get through the past 4 years in the pandemic by providing his expertise, care, and support to our community at a time when hematologic care was stretched thin. Neil was a dedicated and thoughtful teacher, a caring doctor, and a fantastic colleague to all of us in the Division of Hematology and Oncology and the wider Rochester medical community. We miss Neil and will remember and celebrate him and be thankful for the time we had together.
Hi, everybody. My name is Tim Winslow. I'm one of the first-year HEMONC fellows here at the University of Rochester. And I'd like to first extend my condolences to the entire Lachant family and thank you for the opportunity to share some memories of Dr. Lachant. I was on the hematology consult service my 3rd week as a fellow and worked with Dr. Lachant that very first week. I was incredibly nervous as I had yet to do any hematology rotations, and the heme consult service is notoriously one of the most difficult rotations as a fellow due to the large number of consults and the often difficult questions that we get asked. So I remember walking into Dr. LaChante's office, and the first thing he said to me is, "Where should we start?" He was a renowned hematologist who could have just told me to sit down and write the notes as he dictated them to me. Instead, he allowed me to run the consult service with his guidance. He led by example. He was always thorough, leaving no piece of data behind, reviewing all the information to make the appropriate diagnosis and treatment plan for each patient, always bringing it back to what was relevant to that patient and that situation and what it meant to that individual. He was the voice of experience and an endless fountain of knowledge on our weekly hematology conference. He was present every week, and no case discussion or smear review was complete without asking for Dr. LaChante's input. We always knew there would be a pearl of wisdom from him with each case. Of all that Dr. LaChante was, his passion as an educator was the most pervasive. Every interaction was a learning opportunity. He would push learners to think critically without the threat of embarrassment if you didn't know an answer. After describing a case and your thoughts to him, he would often start by saying, "Well," and then followed by a pointed question which would lead you right to the diagnosis, building your confidence. He always had time to teach somehow. Even in the middle of the night, when you paged him about an overnight consult, he would respond right away, always seeming wide awake, and would teach you about why the ED should have ordered a different test, but how we can help them and provide guidance in a complex patient care situation. And lastly, he was kind, not shy with praise when it was warranted. Just before coming here today, I read the evaluation he wrote for me that first week of fellowship. It was detailed and helpful and gave me a persistent confidence boost throughout my entire first year. This and his approach to patient care is what I'll take forward with me throughout the rest of my training and my career. Thank you, Dr. LaChante. You'll be missed.
Hi, everybody. I'm Neil's oldest son, Aaron. Before I get started, I've been asked to make an announcement. There is a reception on the river level. So what we're going to do is I'm going to talk for a little bit. I'll tell some stories about HEMA. Then we're going to hear some more music. There'll be a little break, and we'll all reconvene, I think, 2 floors down at the river level. Okay. So thank you, everyone, for coming. Today, we've been reminded of my father's professional achievements, his warm relationships with his colleagues, with family, with friends, his dry sense of humor, his culinary passion, and his devotion to his family. We've heard a lot of fun stories and good memories. And you know, this last month has probably been the toughest month I've ever had to face in my entire life. Losing my father has really made me realize just how hard it is to say goodbye to somebody who you really love. It's really one of the hardest parts of loving someone is to say goodbye to them. And so for the last month, I've been struggling with what do I talk about with HEMA's celebration of life, and what part of his life do I want to focus on. And the thing that I always found, the overarching theme I found myself drawn to is that my dad just loved life. And that's what I'm going to talk about today. My dad loved life. You kind of have to love life and be a little crazy if you have 6 kids. He was a dad raising kids for 32 years in a row. The age gap between my older sister Anne and my younger brother Matt is 14 years, so at any given time he was dealing with first steps, childhood sporting events, high school sports, college decisions, major selections. He was dealing with the whole scope of childhood to adulthood at once. And then, you never stop being a dad. When he finally made it through that and he thought he was moving on to life decisions where he would be an advisor on careers, on where to move, on marriage proposals,
He was back at it right in the beginning with the grandkids. He was there for those first steps. He was there for those learning to talk, and he was there for the dance recitals. But that's who he was. He loved life, and he loved that he was there for every stage of it, no matter where we were. He was a constant presence in our lives at any given time. We could rely on him to be a voice of reason, to bounce thoughts off of, and gain valuable insight at any stage. He simply loved watching his kids grow up, reacting to the curveballs that were thrown his way, and he was our biggest cheerleader along the way. My dad loved life, and my mom was the love of his life. My mom and dad, they share a beautiful love story and have a beautiful relationship. It really hasn't been highlighted enough as we've moved, as we talked about it throughout, throughout his passing and at the funeral. But my mom and dad have been married for 45 years. Growing up, I was exposed to just how much he loved my mom. And as a kid, it was a very superficial understanding. He celebrated every birthday, he gave her gifts, and he brought flowers home, sometimes even for no reason at all. And it wasn't, until the first month of the pandemic that I really got to see how much my dad still loves my mom. When the pandemic started, I left Los Angeles and I came to hide out in upstate New York with my dad. And every day I got to see firsthand, how my dad would text my mom multiple times per day, how he would call her multiple times per day. My mom was in Cherry Hill at the time. And just how much he loved her and the role that he played in her life. Everything my dad did was for my mom. When I moved to Los Angeles, my dad, would say, I never wanted to leave, but he did leave because my mom wanted to be closer to her family. When we were in Toledo, he passed up career opportunities because my mom loved Toledo and the life that they built there. Everything he did was to make sure that my mom and his family were taken care of. We've heard my dad loved life. He loved a good celebration, but more importantly, he loved celebrating others. It was never a celebration of himself. It was always a celebration of somebody else's accomplishment, a sports result, a graduation, getting a job, moving on or changing careers. My dad would always find a reason to celebrate, to go out for a nice dinner. He liked to surround himself with good food, good people, and good wine. And one of the things about having a large family is that you're exposed to all different kinds of people. My dad, he was interested in everybody, and it was a genuine interest. He met people where they were at. He had a genuine curiosity about them, and there was never a hint of judgment or pretension in his interactions with others. I think another one of his secrets is he loved to stay connected to people. My dad was a ferocious texter. I could always count on getting a text, late at night on the East Coast, but still pretty early on the West Coast, whether it was about a result of a Syracuse game, a dinner he had made with a photograph, or just checking in to say hi and see how my day was. My dad stayed connected with everybody. And we also heard from Jamie, because when I was living with him for that month, he loved Tiny Beans. Anytime there were new photos posted every day, he was, always there to log in and make a comment and then tell everybody else, what Jamie had posted on Tiny Beans. He loved connecting with them in that way. My dad loved life, and it was reflected in his profession. I won't espouse upon his professional accomplishments, but for patients, he was all that stood between life and death, and that was a role he embraced every single day. And in his work, no matter how grim, it never affected him at home. But at home, he was also the healer. He was the person who would order Matt his emergency insulin, or if somebody had a really bad cold and needed a Z-Pack, Hema was always there to fill that role. And it wasn't just our immediate family. If anyone in our extended network of family or friends had medical concerns, they would go to Hema, and it was a role he embraced. He never shied away from it. Even recently, when his brother developed a sudden illness, he came to my dad, and my dad and his brother were never close. They rarely spoke, they rarely saw each other. But as soon as my dad heard that something was wrong, he immediately got involved in his care and did everything within his power to ensure he was getting the best treatment possible and got involved in his plan of care. But that's just who he was. He was there for everybody. And to those who knew my dad, he was a Superman of sorts. He always did the right thing, but if he had one kryptonite, he neglected his own health sometimes while caring for others. My dad was diagnosed with cancer in 2016. They estimated at the time maybe he had 5 years to live, and through good decision-making, good treatment, he was able to live, he was able to live another 8 years without sacrificing any sort of quality of life. And throughout his final years, he never stopped loving life. He never stopped living. He continued his life's work of treating patients. I'm not a doctor, but he made it clear to me how much he loved being at the University of Rochester. He would tell me about how great he was thrilled to be back in a truly special teaching hospital and academic research university. And it really was one of the highlights of his career to be here. And in his last years, many times my mom would look at him and say, "Why don't you retire? Why don't you slow down? Like spend time with your family?" And he didn't want to. His work was his vocation. He felt he was still useful. He felt he had something to contribute, and there was nothing else he would rather be doing than caring for others. And as Dan mentioned, he continued seeing patients, up until the week before he died, which is, exactly what he would wanted to be doing. Even with cancer, he never stopped loving and building a life for my mom. It's not a coincidence that he ended his career up here in Rochester. My mom's immediate family is all throughout the Finger Lakes, and I think that was a large part of the decision of what led him here, in addition to being close to Dan and his kids. And he worked here to build a beautiful life for her here. When my dad first moved to Rochester, my mom stayed in Cherry Hill. They were going to figure out, well, what do we do with the house in Cherry Hill? When are we going to retire? And my dad had short stays at Dan's house for a little bit. He lived at the Homewood Suites. He had an apartment, but none of it was a home. But he made the decision that he was going to start a home here. He was the one who, established a life and established a home at 32 Crib. It was a place where we knew my mom and dad would be. It was a place that was suitable for my mom to come up here and finally live here. It was a place where we knew we could go for the holidays and everyone would be there, and like clockwork, we could depend on it. And 32 Crib Street is Hema's home. He was the heart of it. The kitchen was the center place, and he lit up the place. He loved being there because it brought my mom up there, and it was also close to Dan and the grandkids. Cancer never stopped my dad from celebrating. Our family doesn't have a lot of traditions, but one of them is Christmas Eve. Since going back to California, probably in the late 80s, my dad has made his famous green soup. It's a French potato leek cream soup. It's nothing special, but he started making it one year in California, and he's ended up making it for the 35 ensuing years. And it's an important tradition to our family because even as he got older and his cancer progressed, you know, he held on to it. He never shied away from it. Last year was his last year. He put on a great feast. I'll never forget. You know, last year he and my mom had created a beautiful dinner for just under 20 people. You know, normally we would just eat, it would be 8 people. It's a big dinner in and of itself, but 20 was new territory. And he was just so proud of himself that he was still able to do it. And at the end of the night, I caught a moment of my mom and dad where they were, you know, sharing a moment like, look what we just did. And my dad, you know, he just said, I hope my kids remember and appreciate the grand meals we put on for them. In my dad's final years, nothing made him happier than Saturday dinners at Dan's house. Almost every Saturday, he would start planning a special dinner for that night for Dan and his family. You know, the planning would usually take place on Friday night. He would go through his cookbooks. He would be texting Matt and I for different ideas. And it was just he put a whole lot of prep and thought into it. He knew everybody's dietary preferences, who doesn't eat garlic, who doesn't eat mushrooms, who doesn't eat onions, Dan. And he would make, you know, food choices and modifications to cover everyone. And it was really special for him. You know, he loved, and at these dinners, the wine would flow and there would be conversations late into the evening. He loved getting help from his sous chefs, Maddie, Emma, and Lucy. But at the end of it, he was the perfect house guest. He planned the menu, he bought all the food, he made the dinner, he provided the conversation, he cleaned the dishes, and then he left you with the leftovers. And that was the highlight of his week. You know, when you look back at life, as people get older, their circles and opportunities get smaller. I think my dad was the opposite, you know, just reflected by the group here today. My dad's life, you know, network, upstate family, got larger with each passing year. And I think that's because of his love for life. When I returned to Los Angeles after his funeral, I heard a quote from somebody, you know, maybe it's from somebody's Facebook or social media, I don't know, but I had never heard it before. And it's life can only be understood backwards, but it must be lived forwards. And so looking back at Hima's life, you know, if he were here today, I'm certain he would want us to keep moving forward and living. He would want us to find joy in the work that we do, just as he did find joy in what we're doing for work every day. He was very clear that taking care of patients was never a job for him. He'd want us to stay connected and interested in each other. I didn't really talk to my dad a lot, but as soon as he caught up with text messaging, you know, he was a nonstop communication fixture in our lives. And you know, I think he would want us to stay in touch with each other and text and be interested in each other. And he'd want us to love each other, you know, build a life together, build a life for each other. Everything, you know, my dad did, it was never about himself, his desires, his wants. He was always building a life for my mom and building a life for his family. And last, you know, he would always want us to celebrate. You know, you can find any reason to celebrate. My dad always had, you know, a bottle of champagne on hand for a quote unquote celebration. He would go and buy wine by the caseful, not because he was an alcoholic who would drink by himself, but because he loved to gather with everyone who in his family and friends and who he loved. So we love you, Dad. We miss you. And again, thank you for everything. Thank you, everyone, for coming tonight. I think there's going to be a little bit more music, and we will reconvene in the River Room. Thank you.